Hello, welcome to the Velveteen Art Studio. I am Jess, and we are going to paint today. Are we? Hopefully everyone's doing well. Hey, Robin. Hello, hello. Okay. I'm not sure. I'm going to paint. I'm just going to use my Handmade wash, regular old Handmade wash. This just a once. Hey, Laura, no barking. Laura, it's okay. There's nothing even there. You crazy girl. Hello, how are you, Chrissy? Hey, how is it going? All right, let me get this party started. So my setup for doing live is completely set up and different than how I actually really paint. So it actually is really easy for me to set up for this to paint. It's just not natural for me, but I seem to figure it out each time. So here we go. Thank you all for being here. Sorry, I've been MIA. Sometimes life tells us to do different things than what we want to do, or what we had in mind, I should say. But I'm just going to do a little painting here. All right. I think I got my arms in some kind of situation here. What's everyone doing? How are you? I cleaned my whole Hemi plate today, including the actual paints. It still has a lot of paint, but at one point these were all set up completely different. And this color, you can see it's like way down here. It's spilled over into almost everything. So I took everything out and cleaned it, and yeah. Okay, thank you so much, Lori. That's nice to see you, though. I've been on a painting, like wash painting extravaganza, I guess. um, Sometimes it just feels a little bit more natural to me than a pencil. Plus, if my hands are hurting, I can't really use pencil. One thing though is when I'm painting, I get completely sucked in. Like it's like I disappear. Thank you, Nessa. Thank you so much. I'm less chatty when I paint. Does anyone else like that? You know, when they do certain different, like use different mediums, do you guys do that? I can get like that if I really am like like with a pencil also, but I do it the most with painting. So I've been working on this one for a while now. So I'm starting to put a little bit more detail into the trees. Slowly adding more depth and more stuff to it. I have to trust the process because I get to a certain point and I literally want to just give up. Michelle, how are you? Again and again and again. So anyway, I've been working on that. Behind the thing, I suppose. My hands are freezing. I have to kind of sit on them. I don't know why. It's like actually warm today, so just my circulation. Yeah, this is it. I don't know what they call this in Hemi, but I'm using the Hemi gouache. That other one was Hemi gouache. I've been kind of just on a literal kick about it lately. I go through phases where I want to learn more about something, and I'll just keep tackling it on different ways, different thought processes, and yeah. Sorry, that noise is probably annoying. It's my ring hitting the ceramics. So how's everyone's Saturday doing? Our youngest, his last day of high school was yesterday. It's a little bit emotional for me, but hey, it has to happen, and I'm glad it did happen. So, you know, but it's so surreal to literally have no babies anymore. It's done, you know what I mean? Saying you like desert your children and stuff like that, but it's a whole different world and a different feeling. It's like I was talking to their dad the other day, and was just saying how crazy it is that it's like from now on for the rest of my child's life, not that I didn't treat him this way, but from now on, I'm a guest in his life. I'm no longer like entitled to him. I don't make decisions for him. I don't like I know those of you that have raised children probably have a good understanding of what I'm talking about, to the ages that I'm talking about, but it has been a complete mind warp for me. I didn't get to be a traditional mother anyway. That's just weren't the cards that were drawn for me with my kiddo and our first kiddo. And it made being a mom in general, it made it not so typical. And so, I guess at some point you think life is just gonna, even itself out. Well, when it doesn't, and that's just the path that you took and had to take, that's what it is. But it's sometimes very surreal. Very surreal. And you know, I'm not mad about it. I don't have those like I'm not mad about anything. I think that journey that I had as a mother and have been as a mother has been like tremendously beautiful. And I'm blessed to have experienced what I've experienced through my children. And it has helped me be such a better person than I could have ever been. Was I always this person? Sure. And, you know, they say that like you don't get children that don't belong to you and vice versa. And I do think it's true. I just think what you do with it is what matters. Amy. Ah, yes. Come paint with me, Amy. That would be wonderful. I would love it. But it's not a negative thing. I don't want it to come across as a negative thing what I'm talking about. It's just it's a new position in life. I don't have anyone else to think about for the first time in my entire life but myself. I mean, I do. Again, y'all know if you have children, it's never ever going to stop. You're always a parent and you always love and you always worry. But I'm not the one making those decisions. And it's so surreal to just be literally worrying about less of that stuff, you know? It's weird. That's all, folks. I'm happy to see y'all here. Thank you so much for being here with me. I'm painting with a Princeton Select. It's called a pointed filbert. So it's like a liner brush, but it's got a round like base, so it holds more water, but allows you to make fine detail. So this is an LOVE for me. So I've decided I'm going to join Amy's fun in her ATC cards, but she's told me it's okay for me to paint them rather than blue papers and stuff because I'm just not. I don't want to deal with all of that. I've already gone down that road before in my life, and as much as I loved it, I'm going to leave it right where that experience was. But I would like to do some hand drawings, my own drawings on something. I don't know what I'll do or if that's even interesting, but um, Amy said yeah, and Mary said yeah. So I think I'm going to jump on that bandwagon with them and kind of come up with those. I don't know anything about it. If y'all have any information or experience with it, like let me know because I don't know what I'm doing. I've learned that they're 2.5 by 3.5, I think is the size, or is there always a size? Is this like just this group size? Like how do I know? Like if I was ever going to be in any artist trading club type thing, would there always be a specific size? I'll swap in the group. Okay, cool. Well, I want to do swaps. I want y'all's stuff, and I mean maybe you'll want mine. I don't know how it works. I don't know how do you give people things or get things? How does this work, Miss Amy? Tell me how it works, please. Michelle says, I don't know. I was thinking earlier when you were telling me how your pencils are a bummer right now, Michelle. I was thinking, well, maybe that's because you got some paint and you should be trying to learn how to paint and not worrying about your pencils right now. But hey, what do I know? I'm just giving you a hard time, Michelle. I thought it was kind of funny earlier. I was like, oh, maybe that's what's going on. The universe is telling you to work on something else instead of coloring with your pencils. I think for me, being a mom meant so much, just because of my upbringing and like a lot of the unfortunate situations that happened while growing up. Like I really was wanting to be that mom that like made cupcakes and cookies and yada yada. I did, don't get me wrong. I did. Um, okay, I'm just wondering, like, between like you, are you trading them or you've just been making them, Amy? Artist trading cards, Michelle. Artist trading cards. You make these little 2.5 by like 3.5 cards. And some people glue stuff to them. Some people do art with them. And Mary has a coloring channel, and then also Amy does it. I'm not sure who else does it because I'm not really sure. I've only stumbled upon that, but I think it sounds fun. They're just quick, fun things to do something different outside the box. But I think they do a lot of gluing paper, and they find like little images to glue to them and stuff like that. Amy has a couple videos on them, what she's been doing and stuff like that. So that's always really interesting. So I learned about artist trading cards because they sell pre-made artist trading cards in watercolor paint, watercolor paper at the art store. And so I learned about it years ago, and but I didn't know what it meant. Like, okay, artist trading card. What are you going to do with this little micro piece of paper, right? So then eventually I am the same way. I saw that Dee Dee did them. And I was like, that's cool. Yeah. But then I didn't really like give it a whole lot of thought process until Amy Amy keeps nudging me, kind of like, hey, let's do it. But I thought, how fun would it be to do cute little whatevers? I don't even care what's on them, but just having a fun stack of all of our friends' trading cards. It would be such a fun thing, Amy, to start throughout the community. Even if it means like you're taking an image and cutting it out and putting it on a card and like coloring it. But Amy and I, since we first met, we've been talking about how to have a traveling book or how to have a traveling something. And I think this is like an inexpensive way to do something if you wanted to be involved. Yeah. 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 And of course, everybody is going to be a different type of artist. Not one of us is going to be the same. So, there's no guarantee of like what you're going to get from each other, but that's so fun. I think that's such a creative thing and another way to inspire each other to be creative and all that stuff. I know I love getting real mail. I love getting real mail, and just makes me feel some kind of way. I love tangible things. Like I was thinking about us and they're daydreaming while we were in the bus the other day doing our work on the bus. And there's this area in the bus. And I thought, how fun would it be for me to display my artist trading cards that I get up there? Like, how fun would that be? Like, there's a little area, and I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to get one from Amy already and maybe Mary. And I just go in like a little bit wild in my head about all these things, and like I'm gonna have like a little bit of a artsy area that I get to decorate. And I was thinking of how I want to do it, and I was like, that would be so fun. I love to celebrate the community, guys, and I mean it when I say it. And so to me, I think that would just be such a fun little adventure. And if it takes us a while to gain them, so what? And if we're not confident about what they look like, so what too? No, I will have plenty of room. My art will never, ever, ever stop. Like when I was van life before, I had a full blown studio in my van. Sarah and I are not going to live without this. This is our life. This is what we do. This is how we function. We when we want to do something, if we go to the coast, we take like 2 weeks worth of crafting stuff just in case. And I'm sure like, Amy travels. She's not in a stationary house. For those of you that don't know, she lives RV life. So she's traveling right now. She's on the road right now going to her next destination. And she's figured out how to make it all work for her too. And it doesn't matter. When something's your passion, you will find a way to make it work. And yeah, sometimes like Amy, we have to go to the storage and exchange things that we don't have room for right now. And you go and you exchange it for something else. And you, it's so crazy how much you can fit in. I could take with me every single pen and pencil I have and every book I have. It isn't like I have zero concern about my art and what I can and can't do on the road. Matter of fact, it creates a more intimate space for me to create. I don't know if all that makes sense to you. I would assume so. I don't know what that means, but I would want to include you, Nessa, of course. I don't know what it means, how much it costs or whatever, but I'm I'm sure it can't be that, it can be that much to send an envelope to you. Yes, we will always have art in our life. There's no way in this world that we would live without art. Sarah and I would become the most depressed people you've ever met in your life. You can take a lot of things away from us, but you can't take art from us. You can't take my children, and you can't take my art from me. It's just when you're on the road, your brain has to just think differently. It just thinks differently than it does in sticks and bricks. You have to be more aware. You have to put things away. You have to be, your time is spent differently. We will have more time for it actually than what we do right now. I somehow like doing lives on the weekend. I feel a little bit more relaxed. Yeah, and that's very true. But like Amy and her husband are full time. That's their life. They just go from place to place, and that's how they do it. Oh, that's sad. Everybody has different priorities. Everybody, and because I've lived on the road before, like it's just something that I really understood is that what is comfortable for me is not for everyone else, and vice versa. And there's no way for me to judge what somebody else wants or needs with their life. It's I don't know. I've being out on the road before, like you really realize like how many different walks of life are out there doing their thing. It's unreal. That is a long time. Hey, kid. Hey, Remy. That's enough. Okie dokie. Sounds good. Be careful. The only thing that changes is I can't just buy things all the time, which I don't do anyway. You know, and it's just, it's different space. Just like before, if I wanted to do a buddy color and I didn't have that book with me and I had to go to the storage or the studio to get it, then that's what I did. Before I got in my car accident, I had a full studio that I used to live in the van and go to the studio daily. Like a different building, you know, like a different place. It wasn't in my house. And so, you know, I'm not sure what everything will end up happening. We have a lot to figure out. And that's why we go part-time right now, because we have to figure out how we're going to run our ceramic business as well. So while everything is in the works of building the bust, we have a lot of groundwork to figure out. But I've been told in my life that where there's a will, there's a way. And if this is important to Sarah and I, we will find a way to deal with it. And whatever isn't important will go. That's just how it works. You got to do things that serve you in this world. At least while you can serve yourself. There is no guarantee. It is for me, Michelle, for sure. I mean, again, what's for me is not for everyone else. And I respect that. I remember when I first went mobile, my friends were like, "Oh, you're having a midlife crisis. You're having this." No, I'm actually just learning to live my life is what I'm doing right now. And I went back, did plugged in and did all that stuff, and saw our kid through graduating high school. And I needed to do that for him. And I did. And I'm not mad that I did, but at some point I gotta go back to what was right for me too. So yeah, I'm pretty stoked and happy about it. But yeah, there's a little short on our if y'all don't know what I'm talking about, there's a short video on our channel, and I just posted a wince. Sarah has been literally kicking butt, like on some sort of crazy level. And it's coming together. We have the kitchen set up, framed, and we have the bed framed. We have the bench made. We have the storage framed. We have the shower framed. It's like insane what we've done in just a little amount of time. Yeah, I'll do that, Nessa. If you're interested in seeing that, I have no problem doing that. I just don't want to bore people, so I don't want to, you know, you're all here for art. You're not here for bus building. So I don't know what y'all want to see. Yeah, of course, Michelle. Building the bus is stressful though. It's very stressful because I am very detail oriented. And also, this is my fourth build. This is my fourth build. And so, because I have experience of building and I have an experience of living on the road, and I do understand priorities. And so sometimes design has to go fly out through the door. It's not like it's functionality over aesthetics, you know? Some people don't care. They're like, oh, just make it look pretty. I'm like, no, 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 no. Safety's my priority. Cora has really enjoyed being in the bus with us. Remy's getting better at it. So yeah, it's been really interesting and fun. What have all you been up to? Tell me what we're eating for dinner tonight. I'm making pulled pork. Y'all like pulled pork? Sarah and I have been counting calories, and it's been going really well. I have personally lost, I think it's 8 pounds or 8 pounds, I think. And then Sarah, when she stood on the scale last time for weigh-in, she was 13 pounds lighter. So we're doing it and it's happening and we're excited. But it has been a trouble for us because we're also trying to go gluten-free. Sorry, gluten-free. Because there's too many factors in being gluten intolerant. And I'm not talking about having celiac disease, that's different. But gluten intolerant that both Sarah and I are experiencing and have for a really long time. So we're trying to clear out our system right now of gluten. And of course, if you're used to having gluten, your body is like, oh, give me some more gluten, all that stuff. Oh, I love all your emojis. That's so cute. That's awesome. But gluten, all changing all of our ways and stuff like that, it's a tough road. It's a tough road. I'm sure any of you guys that have ever struggled with weight or health or anything like that, like making changes it feels irrational. Like, why do I have, it feels like you're being personally attacked in some sort of way. Just so not right. We know that logically, but I mean, our bodies process food mentally also, not just physically. Oh, that sounds so good. That sounds so good. Yeah, not easy. Like we've talked about, it doesn't matter what the actual number is about being overweight. Like, overweight is overweight, and it's uncomfortable no matter how overweight you are. Oh, you're getting injections. How do you feel on it? Vanessa? I'm just really tired of being sick. I'm really tired of being sick. So I need to help myself out as much as possible and not doing that to myself. And I don't know what the answers are to for that, but I know that whatever I have been doing, I can't keep doing that, I guess. Um, it's not even that I've been doing anything bad. It's just my body doesn't function the way that I've been accustomed to living, I guess. And it's just time to make change. That's simple. And for Sarah too, you know, she's not been comfortable with her health, and you know, it's nice that we have each other to understand that our bodies both function this way, and that one of us isn't like, oh well, that's not my fault, I don't want to live like that. It's so nice having somebody that understands and that can um, jump in there and empathize and help. I think that's been a saving grace in it. Because it's not even like we just have a partner that's like, okay, well, I'll do that with you. No, we have a partner that needs it just as much as I need it, and they do too. So I think that's a helpful thing too. What else is going on out there, guys? Tell me about you. What are we all doing? How was Memorial Day? How have you been? How's the weather? What are we eating? What are we working on? How's the family? How's our health? Tell me. I've missed y'all. Hello, welcome, welcome. I hear you, Robin. I hear you. It's tough to mind over matter. It really is. I'm sorry you're feeling that way, Robin. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Awesome. Yeah, no, don't be unsafe. Sometimes if I'm driving and you guys are live, I just listen. Or if I'm laying in bed and I can't, well, I do a lot of lurking, I promise you. Just because I don't always have the mental capacity to keep up with the conversation. And it's not like I don't want to be a part of it, because I do, but you know, my body decides what I do and when I do it, and I just agree to it. But yeah, I get it. I get, you know, pull over and chat. Like Sarah and I, when I was watching Shannon's live the other day while we were building in the bus. Well, I shouldn't say we, there's no we in that. It's all Sarah. Um and but listening at the same time, and just, but you know, I don't really respond, but you know what I mean. I don't know, I'm just blabbling is what I'm doing. Blabbling. Way to go, Jess. Amazing English skills. Mm. Thank you, Sarah. I'm just bossy, that's all. Just working, feeling blah, not too much new. Son's coming up for a visit this weekend to help do repairing on the house. Ah, well, that's nice. I hope you get some good quality time and conversation in with your son. Sarah's probably really beat physically, maybe even emotionally. When she left for work this morning, she was kind of like a little sad that she had to go back to work and that we couldn't just get up and go into the bus and work on it. And we've had some warm weather, so building has been mentally tiring because we're tired mentally. Has anyone ever told you that this gouache is so ugly until it's not? If that doesn't make sense to you, I'm happy to explain. But it is such a process. And it's a bit wild and hard to trust. I'm not gonna lie. I think I really have been wanting to barbecue, but I don't know what I want to barbecue. What sounds good? I've been craving, I know it sounds wild, but I've been craving crab legs. Is that just like too much? Gouache is so fun. I think gouache is scary, and that's just my opinion, but um, it's not as scary as it used to be for me. When I first got gouache, I was like, I don't understand this. Then I started making it, and I understood a bit more of the property in it, and why it does what it does, and why you should use it the way you use it. So I've just been practicing a lot. I'm just using Hemi. I'm not even using mine, which I should probably be using mine, but I'm not. Sometimes, because I use true pigment for my paint, um, sometimes they're really strong, like heavily pigmented. And so, yeah, I don't know. I just think for me, Hemi is easy. It's right here. I don't have to do anything with it. And sometimes I really just I wanna use my budget stuff. I don't wanna always have to go use like I mean, I consider my gouache nice, but like I don't want to have to like reach for my nice things all the time. I want to be able to have budget stuff available to me and use it because I like it. Budget stuff has colors that you can't get with real pigment. I mean, I don't know if you can't, but it's much more difficult. Do I let it dry. Yeah, I like working from dry paint. I don't like it when it's in jelly form. I purposefully buy it and let it dry out. So like this is what mine looks like. I mean, you can see there's water actually in this paint moving around and stuff like that. And it's thick because it's breaking it down. And I'm doing that on purpose because as it cracks out, it cracked so much that nothing was being held together anymore. So it was not staying in pans. But yeah, that's how I do it. Leaning towards smaller books. Did I miss a conversation there? You have the experience, the know and don't, and the don't do. That's not bossy. Thank you, Sarah. Um, if any of you had an art kit for coloring stuff, would it? Actually, for me, it's going to be small. If I'm going to like step out for doing urban sketching, it's going to be. I don't have my book. What? I don't know if I have my. Let's see here. Something. Um, so I have like this size. Ooh, throwing fiber at me. I have like this size, and it's just like kind of open, the pages in it, and stuff like that. Um, And then I have all the way up to this. This is one that Sarah has made me. It's so pretty. It's velvet. But it has like different. This is like full, almost full paper size. I don't even know how the size it is. Yeah, this has a lot of older stuff in here. I have a lot of books. I have sizes, but I really love this size right here. For on the go, whatever this is. It's this is an 8x8 right here, so probably 6x7, a 6x7, whatever that measures. This is my favorite to take, but I prefer, if I'm going to be doing urban sketching, I would prefer it to open up this way, like the long way. That way, when I am doing art here, I can almost make like a whole storyline with it, if that makes any sense to it. And then these have like little cute pockets in the back. But this right here, what I was telling Sarah, what I would love to do is create something that I could take with me, and my supplies were somehow attached to my book. That my paintbrush, however many pencils I'm going to take, because I have all kinds of paint palettes, you know. Where did she put it? Where are you? Oh, there it is. So Sarah was attempting, because there's this little box that she got me one year for Valentine's Day. It was the cutest thing. And she was trying to make it to where it fit here, but we didn't get our measurements right. But I would put paint there and use this as my mixing palette, right? So somehow this would attach to this, and these would go here, right? And then you always need a pencil. You always need a pencil of some sort. You got to have your eraser. Let's see. You always have to have your eraser. I'm trying to think of what, like, this is the basic urban sketch. Like, you wouldn't need to take all these. You would probably bring a travel one. But even if you put pencils or markers, maybe you got some microns in there. You know, maybe you've got a couple gel pens. But it should be easy to fit a palette in. The only other thing that you would want to make sure you had space for is making sure you have enough for a little spray bottle to spray your water down. So Sarah and I have been talking about what that looks like for us for years, or for a long time now. But yeah, so this for me is my outside on the go sketch size. I'm sorry to take the conversation a completely different way. Yeah, so this is a ceramic one that Sarah made me, and I'll put primaries and probably black and white, or black and probably indigo. I usually will do primaries, indigo, and I'll do like black, whatever. As long as I have primaries, I'm fine. But if I want to make it easier on myself, adding black to that. Yeah. Where is it? Where is it, Sarah? It's hiding. Oh, I found it. This is Sarah's little on-the-go paint palette. So, no. I mean, I just whatever. We can talk about anything. It's art. I love it. So this is Sarah's, and hers. She has made this as her paint. I guess I'm not going to take it out, but she's got a little mixing thing here, and she's got her 6. She's got 6 here, and then she can even probably get a small enough travel brush and probably put it in there. So that's Sarah's. We're constantly thinking of what we can do to engineer all that kind of stuff. Because for Sarah and I, that's something that we like doing, and we want to take just nothing but something small with us. We don't. The more you have, the harder it is to actually get out there and do the actual painting, the art. Too many gadgets out there. It's like the opposite of like my life, right? How many supplies do I have? And when you get out there, it's just whatever you have. Do any of you have things like that, or do you always do art in the house or in your space? How does it work out for you? Yeah, but I mean, why not step outside and do it, Michelle? I think when you're outside and you're creating, it has such a different feeling than when you're inside. What I love about urban sketching is like there's no like wrong way. There's no like, I don't want to say there's no talent in it, because there very much is. And I certainly would never want to insult anybody. But like you're not depending on your talent to do it. You're depending on what you see and you're putting it down on paper. It's an impression. It's not like an actual like replica. So I don't know. I think it's incredible. I think it's incredible. And I think that it gives you a completely different experience than just being in your room or being in your living room. Like even if you just have a patio, step out on your patio. You know what I mean? I'm going to change the color of this, but I'm going to put green down first. Any questions about what I'm doing, or do you think this is boring and I should go use pencils? Like, what are your thoughts right now? Yeah, I think that it would be good for you, Michelle. You know, when we get stuck behind the same 4 walls like that's like the definition of insanity. Constantly doing the same thing. Do you like pencils or paint better? I'm always going to love paint more. I'm always going to love paint more. I just connect to it differently than I do pencils. However, I love my pencils. Like, I literally love my pencils. I don't have, it's so hard for me to say I love one over the other, but I just made a decision one day that that's what it is. I love paint more than I love pencils. And it's really just, it's really not even about do I love one more than the other. They both do completely different things. And I would be sad without either one. I don't love markers as much as I love paint or pencils, but I do love them. You like markers, but you love pencils more. Yeah, yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. So, for any of you, was this your first year with Mermay? And if so, did you participate in it? I think Grace said she did 43 images this month. No, I don't think all of them were mermaids, but she did 43 this month. That is crazy wild. I don't know how you do that many, but that's crazy. Oh, nice. You've done some seriously beautiful things, my friend. You have a lot of discipline in your work, and I think it's amazing. That's so much. I was like, what? Are you serious right now? She said 43, right, Michelle? I was like, did I hear that number? Or is that backwards or what did I hear? Super wild. Is everyone feeling better in your house? Sometimes it takes forever to get past all that stuff when you have young ones. Okay, that's fair. Are you interested in learning, Nessa? Even if you're just straight coloring, 43 is so insane. Oh, you're gonna get mom's yarn and then she's gonna have a conniption fit. It's my fault. She has to. She has to, right? Because you can do all that and you nailed it. You know what you're doing. How fast, how I consider myself a pretty slow colorist because I like to be detailed, but I've learned that I'm not as slow as I thought I was. What's Junicorn month? What does that mean? Unicorn, right? I'll do it. Y'all have a picture you want to do, or are we just doing anything? My light is right by my head, and I literally keep hitting it. Oh my goodness. Unicorn pages. I just did unicorn. with Shannon and Angela. I don't know of any books that have more of them. Wait, don't I have a whole mail? Maybe I don't. I don't recall. I don't think I have any unicorns left. Oh, your unicorn one. Maybe. This paper is so warped. So Jasmine Becket-Griffith is a acrylic gouache artist. She mostly uses acrylic gouache. And I feel like because of that, I expect the paper to be tolerable of something wet. But this, I'll tell you right now, it keeps me from using these books way. I would be in these books every day if they could tolerate more. Once I get this layer on, I'll be going thicker with the actual gouache, so it'll help. If I wanted to continue making light layers, then I probably would think about that. I've not done it before, but I would think about it. Good idea, though, Lisa. I just try to beat the paper into submission. I don't play by the rules. I just make it work. The only time I ever play the rules is if it's a commissioned piece. Other than that, this is just what it is. One of the things about gouache is you have to think about your layers. You can't just, I mean, it is a lot like coloring, in the same aspect of that, but you can muddy it really fast if you're not careful. So thinking about your layers is just vital. Color theory helps massively when it comes to painting. When I do draw, my favorite things to draw are jellyfish and mermaids. Exactly. Exactamundo. Do it now. Do it. Mm, 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 mm. What was your favorite thing you worked on this month? Yeah, that was beautiful. I hope. Did you post that on your social media? It's beautiful. What an incredible job you did. Um, I don't know if we need to worry about how many pages we're doing. Do we need to do that? Is that important? I feel like that's like keeping up with the Joneses. If you're worried about how many, I mean, I'm pot calling the kettle black. I'm not excusing myself from this, but do we really need to focus on how many pictures we're doing, or should we be like concerned about quality versus quantity? Hey, Miss Taylor, how are you? Happy you could join us. Happy Saturday evening. Okay, so far we have only Nessa, Amy, anyone else interested in doing the ATC cards? Yeah, I hear you. I hear you with that. Yeah, but look at what we're Michelle, look at the quality of picture you're doing these days versus when you were spitting out all of that, right? Right? I mean, look at how you've been coloring in the last, 4 months or 5 months or whatever you've been doing, and compare that to what you were doing last year at this time. You're spending 20 plus hours on a picture right now because you're working on your art skills. Yeah. It's 2.5 by 3.5 cards. You can decorate it however you want, but basically it has to be able to be paper, not paper thin, like, I don't know. Amy will explain it. That's different. That's different. You can't do that. that then then bust it out. You know what I mean? Get your stuff done. And yes, that does happen to us sometimes, but there's got to be a reason for that. And it needs to be talked about. You can't just like be like, all right, I'm going to do this and then never come back to it again. So okay. So hopefully Chrissy will be willing to do that. I don't know what to tell you to do yet because I don't know all the rules. Do we make up our own rules or I know that Amy has to help her husband set up right now, and then she said she'd be available or whatever. But and then she said she would look up and see what it is. But I didn't know if maybe there were rules or like in general already. Maybe I don't know. Is there a whole world to it, and I just am like not in the cool kids club? I think that might be the problem. That's funny, actually. Thank you, MJ. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is like I can go look them up too. Is there somewhere I could look it up to know like what the rules are? Oh, ATC cards. Amy wants to do the ATC cards, and I've agreed to do them, but so far I think we know the size of it, but other people are wanting to get involved in trading them with each other. And so we're trying to figure out like what the do's and don'ts are so that we can all join in on the fun. The fun. The fun, the fun, the fun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Mm, 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 mm. Do you do those too, Taylor? Those are just trading cards. Bubbles did a contest on ATC card a few months back. Oh, okay. I just know that Amy keeps doing them, and Mary was talking about them the other night, and there was this whole conversation of trading them. And so I thought that would be really fun, and I want to get in on that. So we're trying to figure out what the do's and don'ts of them is. Use decoration. Okay. So it doesn't matter if you like, because I don't want to glue anything. I don't want to put paper and glue together. So, like, if I do like, like paint a picture or something like that, is that good enough? Or is that not good? Yeah, that's fun, Michelle. I like stuff like that too. It doesn't have to look like anything. Sure. I don't think it matters. I mean, you just have to put your, creative thought process to it, and I think everything will turn out great. And then, okay, so if we're going to do this, how do we decide how many? So we would send it to however many are in our group. Is that how that works? Guys, I'm lame apparently. I need some help with direction here. Trading cards on her character she draws, and she talks about what we can trade them, etc. That's where they're getting the idea from. Okay, that's nice. I see. She made them too. Jess ever do a flower with watercolor using the dot method? Meaning you would like me to do like a class on that? Is that what you're saying? Or do a demonstration of it? In this book, I think, let's see. If I drop this one more time. I've done stuff like way back in the day. Like this started out dot. I do a lot of this type of art. So I am listening to you, Nessa. I'm happy to help, whatever it is. Oh, she sells them. That's so cool. Like it's hard to probably tell in here, but like there's so many dots in here. Just think you could convert lots of people into yeah. I think you're right, Nessa. That is a really good concept of how to paint, because I do think that the stroke of painting is so intimidating. I would be happy to help you. I would be happy to help you guys. You tell me what you want, and I'm happy to do it for you. If there's something that I do that you guys want me to show you how to do, let me know. I'll put something together and figure out how to do it. I love being a part of helping. So y'all just need to let me know. I think the other thing is for me is as my medication is getting into my system, I'm able to handle a little more and a little more. And I hate to count my chickens before they hatch, but I'm having a pretty good run right now. And I'm really pushing myself, and I need to be careful not to push myself too much. But I feel like there's a lot more energy coming my way in the near future. I don't think I'm in the clear by any stretch, nor will I ever be, but I think I'll be a little bit more functional than I have been. At least I'm hoping. The even just the medication for my migraines has really allowed me to kind of put my life. I'm not. It's hard to say. Like I'm not functional, but I'm not. I don't feel like I'm dying all the time. Does that make sense? Yeah, of course they are, Michelle. Of course they are. I appreciate you. All the support has been just incredible. It's amazing to know how many people out there have really, reached out and said, they hope I'm doing okay or whatever. And it's not something I'm used to, because I'm used to the one doing that for everybody. So again, thank you. Are you guys wanting to win something tonight? I do that too, Michelle. Sometimes you'll ask something and I'll answer it, and then I didn't type it, and I think I typed it, and then you're like still waiting for the answer, and I'm like, why is she still waiting? And I'm like, oh my gosh, because I actually physically answered her and didn't type it. So once I get these layers on here and they're pretty dry, I'm able to put a lot more on here. It's insane. how much more I can put on here. But those first couple layers, man, they're a tough cookie. But I'm really caking it on now. Aura, you're okay, little lady. You're okay. You're okay. You're not alone. I'm right here. You're doing just great. She's getting so big, guys. It's not even funny. Like, she's big overnight. Big overnight. Everybody, name and shape. I'll get started. I do find it difficult adjusting to requirements. Yeah, I hear you, MJ. Yes, MJ says hi. You miss her because you loved her, Michelle. It's okay to continue missing somebody 10 years later or some dog, I think. What color should her hair be? What color are we doing hair? Yep. Take your time. Would it be too much pink? I got to still do her top. And I also got to see this to the end. So let me ask you, Nessa, how do you suggest that I do something like that? A blonde rainbow? Oh, you want me to do her hair rainbow? I was like, you want me to do a blonde rainbow? What is that? I think brown is good too. That's funny. So anytime you use gouache white and you put it on top of these other colors, it like eats it. Even though you think it's bright, it's not really. It melts into the colors. So you kind of have to keep doing it till you get the layer that you're looking for. I just did it here and it's already pink. So you got to build up those layers, but that's normal for this. Some people get discouraged by it. They're like, it's too much work. And I get it. But I don't know if this is an instant gratification type process like pencils are. You know what I mean? Not that they are either, because there's definitely a process to them. But there's more of a process with this, I think. And I think that's what challenges people. It's not instant gratification. But it is, because it's fast. You didn't say purple. I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back. Back, guys. I had to use a little girl's room. All right. Y'all want to do a giveaway? Are we all still here? Hi, Sue. I don't have to know what something is. Art is perspective. We are taught that art has to look a certain way, and our brains don't let go of that. All right, so we'll do a giveaway. Give me just a second. I want to let go of this. What I got. Okay. All right. So, I'm going to put a minute on the clock. On your marks, get set, go. Y'all know what to do. Put your number in there. That way you guys can draw something. We'll do a drawing for your next, sorry, my brain just shut off. We will do a drawing for your tag. $20 seconds left. Time. Okay. So we got three players tonight. Let me get my generator out. Okay, so all right, you ready? On your marks, get set, generate. Number 78. Oh wait. Was that it? That was weird. It's shoot. Okay, one more time. I don't know what's happening. So it's number 12. Oh my gosh, Nessa, you nailed it right on the dot. Nessa! Yay, Nessa! You'll have to send me your address, lady. Or an address. Boop, boop, boop. Fun, 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 fun. Fun, fun, fun. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. Job, Nessa. Let me see what's going on. I don't think I have a castle art. I've got Pablo, Kalur, Spirifarben, a bunch of Prismacolor, ink tints, Crayola, Fruit Funer, Arteza, Chromaflow, and that's it. Okay, so Prisma. Okie dokie. Prisma it is. Congratulations, my friend. How do you think this is looking so far? Am I doing okay? Am I stressing y'all out yet over this? Okay. Thank you, Sue, for being here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Wash is a beast. It is a full-blown beast. But it's fun. I'm like addicted to it right now. Remy, out. Go. Go. No barking. I know it's very difficult not to bark, but I don't need you to bark. You gotta make up your mind. If you want to go outside, you go outside. You can't be in here and there. That's just the way this mom works. Trees. You're okay. You're okay, Aura. Right now, the reason why I'm doing this is because I keep building up the opacity for the shadows. That's why I put white and then go back over it with a little bit dark and then go back over it with white. So I'm trying to create a very opaque look, so non-see-through. Aura, you're okay, little lady. Yeah, doing all right. A paintbrush, that's a good one. Aura, you're okay. You know it's scary, huh? You're a scaredy cat. Welcome back, Amy. That's great. Silly girl. That's funny, Michelle. You're okay, Aura. You're all right. It's okay. Hi. Just say hi to everyone. Just say hi. Get him move this picture really quick, okay? Feet are gonna go come over there. Now you can get up there. Yeah. Say hi. Hey, don't eat anything, okay? You don't get to eat anything. You can sit. Good girl. Good girl. Who's a good girl sitting? You want a bite? Aura. 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 Sit. 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 Listen. Sit. You gotta sit. Good girl. Yeah, she's huge. She's literally huge. Nope. Sit. Aura, sit. Sit. Good girl. Good girl. You being good girl? Yeah, you waiting? Are you waiting? Are you waiting like a good girl? Yes, good girl. All right, kids. Come on. Let me sit. Sit. Good boy. Aura, good waiting. Good waiting. Good girl. Okay, kids, be all done. She's probably about like 4 pounds right now. Good night, MJ. Have a wonderful evening. Sleep well. She'll get up to like, she could get up to 10, 11 pounds. She's not teacup size. She's just a mini. And regular dachshunds are big. They're really big. Remy's probably 11, 12 pounds. Thank you. Well, I don't know if I have much to talk about. We had to make a run to Home Depot the other day to get some wood. And it was pretty early. There's these women, and I don't know what even department they were staying in. But we take Aura with us wherever we go, really, right now. And these two women, we're, every time we go anywhere, everyone's like, oh my gosh, they're so cute. She's so cute. Yes, thank you. And I appreciate it. But I don't always have time to sit there and spend 20 minutes with every single person who wants to tell me how cute our dog is. Now, this morning, I was particularly in a mood of, I need to get this done. I want to get out of here, because if you ever have had to make multiple trips to a big box store like that, it is not fun. There's nobody to help you. You can't find anything. Nothing makes sense. You want to get what you're doing and get out of there. And so I didn't stop, because they literally, I forgot to preface with, I do have to use a scooter to go throughout the store. So I'm zooming by her. It's not like I'm standing in the aisle with her. She wanted me to stop and talk to her about our dog. And I just quickly said, I'm so sorry. I'm in a hurry today. And I kept going. Is that rude of me? Yeah, like, you have no idea. Oh, that's interesting. Thanks for letting us know. Thank you, MJ. Oh, my nose. But I cannot stand going to those stores. Like, I can't stand it on my best day. I just don't understand why people think that because they think something's cute, that everybody in the world should stop and I take time for everybody that says something about her being so cute. How the heck does that work? Tell me. I don't think it works. I even feel bad if someone's standing there just hem-hawing and like they want to talk about it. I'm like, okay, that's enough time. Like I don't know. I don't know what kind of world I come from where people don't do that. But up here in the Pacific Northwest, it's like some sort of expectation when it comes to animals. Like you must stop and talk to them about your animal. Mm. And why do you think I want people to touch my dog? I'm training it right now. It's very weird. Yeah. 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 I'm lucky that I know the parents of this dog, and the breed doesn't usually get bigger than a certain number. He might be on the bigger side. Amy, are you able to paint now? I always feel excited when somebody's painting with me, even if I can't see it. I mean, animals, like, you can't tell how big they're going to get, right? You make a mess. That means you must be having fun. That's how I see it. This means you're excited to move that brush against that paper. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing. But I get excited when I feel like someone's painting with, I guess, creating art. If I know, like, I'm sitting here and I'm having a conversation with somebody and they're doing art at the same time as me, it is like so exciting for me. I feel like I've like hit the lottery because it's hard to find people that we have things in common with as an adult. It's like refreshing to me. I mean, do you feel that way? I don't know. I feel that way. Oh, I feel that way. What y'all watching on Netflix? I've been watching Good Good Place. That thing is hilarious, but also kind of lame at the same time. It's like one of those like funny haha, but I don't know, whatever kind of humor. I don't know. Um I watched The Sirens. Oh, I watched something else. I forgot. Sirens ended so stupid. I hated it. I was like, you guys are not cool. Maybe if they're gonna bring out another season or another whatever, they're gonna turn it into a season or something. Is it okay to end that way? But it's not okay to end that way if you're just ending something that way. Oh, good. That's what I'm talking about. You can really get a whole lot of paint in this brush and really only have to like let off a little bit because of the way this is designed. And this is like such a cool brush for detail if you need to do a lot of work. This is the first time I drew a lighthouse with Sharpie and it came out decent. Yeah. That's great. Mm-hmm. 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 I feel like y'all need to tell me something so I can talk to you. Tell me what your high and low of your week was. What? Michelle, you're being silly. Okay, the pan paint isn't moving when I spray it. Like the other watercolors, is there a reason? Okay, so you mean the one that I gave you? Seeing you were up to go live and doing stuff that you do too. Well, thank you, Michelle. Thank you. So it shouldn't take but like less than a minute to start activating. So make sure that the paint in there, you got enough water and that it's sitting there, and you can take your brush and you're going to move it around like this. Hold on, and I'll find one. You have this one? Yeah, if you want to send it, I'll also show you right here. So I'm going to take this. This is what you have, and you spray it, right? And you're going to sit there and you're going to let it spray. Yeah. Make sure it's not upside down, little lady. So, because see, look, it immediately activated. Immediately it activated. There's no reason it shouldn't. I didn't even have to wait. It's immediately activating. And then here. I sent you this exact one, my friend. I mean, look how much pigment's there. I mean, it's pretty pigmented, you know, there should be zero reason for it to not activate. Yep, that's it. That's all you got to do. And on the edge is beautiful. This one. I also have this green one. I accidentally got gold on it. There's this green one. This is so beautiful. I love this color. Also almost done with Orange is the New Black. So that's been playing sometimes too. But I'm kind of just out of sync with things. I was listening to the book, but I've just not been able to mentally just concentrate lately. It's actually been, I don't like it. I haven't watched the new season. I'm thinking it isn't a disappointment. What are you thinking? You thinking it was good or no? It's very hot summer feel outside. When it's not really hot, it just feels like that weird summer vibe. I can feel the air coming through the curtain because the window's open and it just feels like weird. What happened at the end never did, I won't say. Oh, okay. And is it done now? Is it over? They're not doing any more seasons? I don't know. I don't know where they're at with that. Hmm. Like permanently? Yeah. I've struggled to watch it a few times. I've had to turn it off and mind over matter, and then I could come back, and then it's not something I've been able to just like watch all at one without having like it's just very dramatic to me, and it's a lot mentally, I guess. We're talking about The Handmaid's Tale. Yeah, fighting. Have you seen The Handmaid's Tale, Chrissy? Oh, it's intense. It's intense. I can't recommend stuff like that to people because it's very triggering. You have to be careful recommending things like that. Like if you watch it, you watch it, and that's perfectly fine. But I can imagine for some people it could be very triggering. Blow drying and letting it dry. There's a ton of reasons. So one, when you use the dryer, you're shrinking the paper. When you don't use a dryer and you let it naturally dry, then you're going to have more of a bounce back. Then there's also the fact that your lines are going to look different if you dry it immediately or if you wait to let it naturally dry. Um, that is all preference. Some people are going to say that's not the right way to do it. Some people are going to say they do it every single time. For me, it determines what I'm doing. what I'm trying to achieve and also what I'm doing. If I have all the time in the world, then there's no need for me to do it. But I'm not going to sit here for an hour in between the different little layers that I'm building. So for me, this is not something, it's not a masterpiece for me. So I want to speed up the process, if that makes any sense. Yeah. So watercolor, when you use the heater with watercolor, you're going to really see the line of demarcation of where you stopped and started. You'll see you're pulling a lot more than if you let it dry naturally. Because when you're drying, so imagine this is a water molecule and you push it, you spread it, right? So now it's just a flat water molecule. It's not like a round one. And it's on the paper and you dry it. So all of that pigment has to go somewhere like this. And so it typically will go to the edge of whatever dried first. And because the center is going to have the most moisture, the outside dries. When you let something dry naturally, it can do that, but this starts to spread out a little more evenly. So it's literally just preference. Do you want those lines there? Do you not want those lines there? For me, it doesn't matter because of what my paint style is. I can get away with it. Maybe I have created that for convenience because of how I paint. I don't know. Or maybe I paint to make that convenient. I have no idea. But that's really what you're deciding if you're going to dry it now or if you're going to dry it later. Great question. And here's the thing, if I don't know something, friends, I'll tell you I don't know. I'm not going to speak on something I have no clue about. It's just not who I want to be. And yeah, any artist out there that paints is going to have an opinion on something. Everybody does. But you cannot argue what art is, and to them that's art. There's no wrong way. And it just drives me crazy when someone says that's not the way you do that. Like, what the freaking heck are you talking about? you know? Yeah, if you want those lines there, then you dry immediately. I mean, you're still going to get some overnight. It's just going to be much more dramatic and much more like, maybe I'll do a video and let you see what I'm talking about. Oh, I'll try and see about working on that. This is going to be an example right here. I just flooded this with water. I flooded it with water because I don't want any lines there. I want it to look more like a wash. And so, but I do want those lines there. I want the hard lines that are going to be there. So you see here, you see how it's light here, here, here. It like gets lighter to darker. I'm doing that on purpose because I'm not washing it. I'm drying it. I'm leaving those edges there. So right here, it's really wet. It's really wet right there. It's like so wet that I can move it. Wherever I leave that, that's where it's going to have the darkest pigment. But I'm doing this on purpose because I'm pushing. I want to push that pigment down so it's darker up there. So I'm deciding what I want it to do versus it doing it naturally. Welcome in, Lauren. So right now, I like the look of what I just did up here. It's like got this like cloudy moodiness. I don't like this. So what I'm going to come in and do is take my brush with a little bit of the color, just a little bit, while leaving my dryer on. I'm going to push it. Now I'm going to dry those lines where I just made them. And maybe I want a little more moodiness. I want a little more smokiness to it. So I come in and I drop some white in there. Get rid of those lines that are sort of. Oh, good, 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 good. No matter how you brush, is able to comfortably get forward, like pointing towards the way. It's not going to be as specific as it is with pencils. So I have an angled flat brush. I have, these are the brushes I've been working with. Here, let me. And so, yes, there will be different lines depending on what I use. Obviously, these are going to get into smaller places. They're going to be more like pinpointed. I have a very, very, they call this a pointed filbert. So what makes this a filbert is the shape. This is a filbert also. It's flat like this. That's what makes something a filbert. This is a pointed filbert, and this is a rounded filbert. You can make different kinds. So this here, they're going to call this a angular shader. So this is also filbert style with an angle on it. And then this is just a round with a point. I tend to like painting with a point. Some people don't. I like being able to control how detailed my lines are going to get. Also, the style of painting that I do a lot of dot work, and then I come back in and I decide where I don't want those lines to be. I can come back in here and muddy it up a little bit so it's not so harsh. So doesn't matter, yes. However, you can learn how to do almost everything with just one round brush. I have so many brushes, like I have like more brushes than I need ever. But you can definitely just have one brush, one water brush, one whatever, and do everything with it. It's totally preference. But each brush will have an opinion on the paper, if that makes sense. But you can learn to make it do what you want it to do. And I learned how to do things before I went and bought brushes, because brushes are expensive. They're so expensive. I was a very huge stickler for myself on when it came to painting because it's so expensive and I knew nothing about it. So before I went out and went straight into investing into Daniel Smith and all the things and also making my own paint, right? I learned a lot about, student grade and budget friendly and all those things before I allowed myself to indulge. Because $20 for one, $20 to $30 for one tube of paint like this one. I mean, I only need 3 colors, but that's if I don't want to be inconvenienced, right? So they all range in different prices. Of course, like this is probably I don't know. These are like $5, I think. Something 5. I don't know. They're all it's a lot. And so if you don't love it, you don't go straight to Daniel Smith because you're literally, I mean, yes, the pigment's better, the spread is better, all of the things are better, but you don't know that and it doesn't matter. Make sure you are in love with what it's doing, period, before you go and invest. And I say that with everything. You're not going to hear me on this channel go, yes, you must buy Prisma, you must buy Poly. I don't even believe in that. I don't believe in that at all. Y'all don't see me just use my professional style stuff. I literally use everything, and none of it is more important to me than others. They just all do different things. Yeah. I'm really hoping that one day I can go back to making paint myself and make it to the point where we're selling it again and making money again. It is my goal, but I got to get my health right because it's physically demanding. You don't think about it when you're sitting there mulling one color for 45 minutes to an hour, and you're not stopping. You continue to go constantly. And I mean, I'm happy to mull paint here and show you guys how to do it one day, if that's something that's interesting to you. Yeah, Kawaii is not bad. I like it. I used Kawaii forever. It was like my go-to easiest palette. I picked it up and took it with me everywhere. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, it makes sense. You gotta be careful. This is an expensive life. Like it seems like it's not expensive because we're coloring in coloring books, but I'm telling you, friends, this is not a cheap sport around here. And you don't need to make it expensive. Just have fun with it. Enjoy what you're doing. Dum, dum, da, 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 da. That's in for piano just came. Dum, dum. Hey, that's enough. Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. I don't know. Painting is not for everybody, but It for sure helps you out with your coloring pages and your backgrounds and all the things. Like, I know a lot of people don't really like doing, full paint in their books, and that's fine. I think I get tired of seeing the same look in every single page. That's probably my truth, is when I'm seeing everybody's creations, I see a lot of the same type of things going on. And it says, like, to me, like, oh, change up your medium, and do something different, because we can't all be doing the same thing. That's silly talk. But it happens because we learn together and we grow together, and we hang out with the same people, and we learn the same styles and stuff like that. And that is the biggest reason why I move across the community so much, is that's how I've learned, is by watching other people. Don't be afraid. It's flipping paper. I laugh at it all the time because I remember being just petrified of everything. And sometimes I still am, but no, we gotta knock that off, because that's never gonna get us any further than we are today. And the thing, if you leave puddles, you're gonna leave puddles. Like, it has to be a stroke. It can't just be a puddle unless you're looking to put a puddle somewhere. Sometimes that's appropriate. I mean, get your pen, your brush out, and a piece of paper, and just put some strokes on it and see what you see, and see the lines, and see how it would work in your art style. I do have those, yeah. But I also don't care. For me, Nessa, it doesn't matter to me. I don't care if my book's not beautiful. Just like I don't care if my journals aren't perfect. That's just who Jess is. Like, I'm not too precious about stuff like that. Now, I am not judging you if you are, in any way, shape, or form. At one point, I was much more precious about what I had, as far as like my books, and like, oh, I don't want that in my book. I don't want to flip to that page and see those mistakes. But for me now, looking back, I started coloring 6 years ago, and I can look back and physically see my growth. And that to me is the best education I've ever given myself, is watching what I did, looking at the strokes, looking at the color choices, all of it, and just hating every single second. Every time I look at it, I'm like, oh my gosh, like, seriously, I have to look at this page. But you know what? Like, who the heck do we think we are, that we're going to have masterpieces in our entire book? Let go of that control. You know, I don't want to change who you guys are. I'm just simply challenging you to think about that, because no matter what you do, you can't have a perfect picture every time. I can color something great and turn around and not be able to color a dang thing for like a month. It happens. It happens. Not everything is shareable. Not everything is for social media. You know what I mean? I don't know if you know. Seriously, not trying to offend anybody, but um, I think we have to let go of some of that control of perfection. Art isn't about perfection. Aura, you're fine. Go lay down, waiting. It is freeing. Let yourself be. Let yourself you're gonna learn a lot about yourself by letting go of control. We think that we're in control when we are controlling, but really, like, you're limiting yourself. Make some mistakes, have some ugly pictures, remind yourself that you're not perfect. It's okay. Get down, Aura, get down. You got to get down. And you will find yourself going back to your same self. That's normal. Totally normal. I think sometimes we don't approach our coloring books like it's art. I don't know. I don't know how to explain what I'm trying to tell you. I just think we need to be a little easier. Give yourself some grace. What's going to happen? Someone's going to pick up a book and be like, "Oh my god, I hate that." Doubt it. Doubt it. First of all. Second of all, like, remove those people from your life if that's who you have in your life. And then again, who cares what they think? Who cares what they think? Did it spark joy while you did it? Yeah, okay, then fine, it's great. Okay, Kelly. Oh, let's see it pop in there. Yes. Yeah, I think it is nice to have one for sure. And I think again, that's it is nothing personal. Like, if that's how you work and that's what you need, then by all means, like, who the heck am I to tell you, hey, that's not what you should do? I just say we should just be able to create in something. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care how you do it. Just let yourself be free. I don't care what you work. There's a time and a place for us to, like, get down and dirty. There are projects that I do that I'm like, you know what? I'm not awarding this until it is perfect in my opinion. I've had those, but I personally can't be so precious anymore. It's too much mental anguish in my brain. But if you're able to, I admire you. I admire you. Just like I admire people that do swatches. It's the same thing for me. Yeah, or if you have multiple ideas, exactly. I mean, that is definitely, you can see what medium, and you're like, why didn't that come out? Well, maybe that's not the medium for that, or whatever. That's fine. That's so cool. I like that for you, Amy. And that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter what you're doing. I just don't want people to feel like they have to have a separate book because something's going to get judged or something like that. You do it however you do it. I promise you, nobody on this side of the world cares. I just want you to enjoy it, let yourself be free, because if you don't get it out and try it, you're never going to do it. So I have a practice book. That's great. Exactly. And gesso covers a whole heck of a lot. I gesso all the time. You guys have seen me do it when I'm like, oh, that didn't work out. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. I think painting, one of the biggest things you can do for yourself is learn how to properly load a brush with paint. That's probably um, something that was really difficult for me to learn. How much pigment, how much water, and how to put it get it in your brush properly. I think that's a good one to help if you're wanting to learn how to paint. When to have so this part of the brush is called the belly of the brush. How do you know how much water to put in a belly versus a tip? How do you hold it back? How do you get rid of the tip and keep the belly? There's a lot of different things there. I think once you learn how to properly fill your brush, then painting becomes more natural. Because it's like you have a fully loaded sharp pencil. You know, like you guys see me, I hold my pencil back here. I work with a really sharp um, tip. I am very specific about how I work with my pencils, and so basically, this one thing is your pencil, and you have to learn how to load it. Wait, on top. It depends on how much detail I can get with the gouache. I'm challenging myself to just get detail till I'm satisfied with just gouache right now. That's been my goal. That's been my art goal right now, is to figure out how to not use pencil for shading, simply because I can easily rely on that. I don't, that's not a challenge for me. Challenge for me is like using one medium, if that makes sense. So where it's probably not as fun to watch because you want to see like this perfectly shaded thing. I'm in a season right now of growing again and challenging myself to do that. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Nessa. And with a brown brush like this, you can cover a lot of area. And the one thing you don't want to do, I promise you, you don't want to. Um, you don't want to not have enough paint mixed. That is lesson number one. If you are not pulling straight from the pans, which most people that do art don't paint straight from the pan, they're mixing constantly. Always make sure you have enough paint mixed. Overmix if you have to, I guess. Unless you are very confident that you can mix it very similarly to what you just did. Thinking of the things that stopped me in my tracks for a long time. You know, like what was so frustrating for me, and what I mean, still sometimes I forget all of my little things, and I'm like, what is wrong with me? And I'm like, because you're not listening to yourself. Because as I have said, You often go back to the same habits, even if you've created new ones. Humans are creatures of habit, and we literally will go back to what we know. And we learned this in like kindergarten, guys. We learned to paint in kindergarten. So your brain goes back to what it knows. Especially when we're tired, mentally drained, lazy, decision fatigue, all those things. You'll find yourself being like, what is wrong with me? Why can't I create right now? Well, artist block is real. See, I'm trying to get a little bit more detailed. So I'm squishing the water out of the brush right now. Sorry. Because I'm only wanting the tip of my brush wet. I don't want my belly wet. Because I'm going to come in with a lighter color right now, and I'm going to make it more concentrated. So my gouache can be used exactly in the same manner as watercolor, or it can be used in a manner like acrylic paint. That's its cool factor. I'm wanting this very concentrated right now, opaque, thick, but not thicken. I'm sorry, not thicken like viscosity, but more as in more opaque, but drier. I don't know how to explain that other than that. Because I'm building this thicker layer down here so that when I come in with the darker color, I have something to actually blend with. So you have to think ahead in your next steps when you paint a lot. And again, this is only the way I do it. This may not have anything to do with how anybody else in the world does it. I will tell you right now, I am extremely dyslexic. I do everything backwards. I was born that way. It is not going to change, but I've learned how to deal with it and work with it. And this is my way of doing that. So I'm coming into the sides right here where our lips are going to be darker. And I'm going to want to give her that a little bit of a pouty lip. So she's going to get a heavier bottom here. And then I'm going to come about there. And then I'm going to rinse it all the way back off. And I'm going to squeeze all of my water back out with the exception of some. So I'm squishing just the barrel. I'm leaving that water in the tip. It still is very hard for me, Michelle. Very hard for me. So I'm just going to move it softly, softly move it. All I'm doing is feathering it right now. And it's like the smallest area ever. Yeah, it is. It is. I didn't read anything really until about the 5th grade. And even then, it was still very difficult for me. And I didn't really learn how to read until after I like graduated. Yes, I knew how, obviously I graduated and all those things, but like I didn't really know how to do things much. I knew how to get through things. I didn't know actually how to succeed at things reading wise and stuff like that. So I had to do a lot of self reading and stuff like that after, and when I went to college, and I taught myself. I didn't rely on anybody to do it. I was like, you know what? I'm this old. I haven't learned this much. I got to get out there and do it. And I will say, like, am I still the best? I'm not. But I was able to run, multi-million-dollar businesses and figured out how to read all that stuff. So, you can do it, guys. You can do it. It's just a matter of what do you want. And when you're doing skin, you're building layers. You can't just put one layer on. It don't work like that. Just like when you put your own makeup on, if you put makeup on, if you've ever put makeup on, you have to put the foundation on and then you put the powder on and then you put your blush on and there's a process to it, and before you know it, you've got this nice blended face. And it doesn't matter how good at it or not. Those we typically know those steps. It's the same thing. It's just that when you're doing skin, you're starting off with creating the color of the foundation. That's all you're doing. And you build them up with layers. Sounds easy. It's not. I know that. It's so not easy. It's just, don't be afraid of it. Just try it. I guess for me, the best way to do it is probably get out an actual picture of skin and look at the actual colors that are there rather than what we think they're supposed to look like. You're going to see purple in that skin. You're going to see all kinds of colors, every color actually. Yeah. Doesn't mean you can't learn though, Michelle, even if you're not wearing it. Like if you want to learn skin color, you don't have to wear makeup. It was just a reference of, we understand the process, that there's a process to it, not necessarily that the process. We know that there is a process. I heard a trick: if you close your weaker eye, and some people, it helps you read better when you're dyslexic. I don't know that that's my truth. Because dyslexia is not just a seeing issue, it's a processing disorder. And so I guess maybe, but it wouldn't matter for me, I think. Sometimes it's as simple as my language doesn't come out. Reading is only one part of being dyslexic. You know what it also could be, Michelle, is that's a coping skill for him, for them, because a lot of times when we can slow our brains down and not have as much anxiety, we will be able to accomplish more that way also. It has a lot to do with your environment. Your environment has everything to do with the success of being able to cope better sometimes than others. Can you hear their pitter patter on the ground? It's so cute. I love their little pitter patters. Just don't like their barking. Yeah, no. I'm debating colors right now because I get to this point right here on almost every picture where it's so sloppy and I can't imagine going on any longer. And I'm like, okay, hold on, because here comes the final detail that makes it look a little more dimensional. And I get to this point every time and I get defeated. What do I do? I'm going to make her lip a little bit more orangey because it's too pink for my own liking. The one thing I am thankful that I did is mixed my different lines of paint that I've worked with, because every single one of them work differently. They like emulsify, or they, you know, dry faster, all the different things, and it really has a huge impact on what your picture will do, what your creation will do. I put a war paint on. My entire creative journey is about mixing everything. I would like to, I guess I would consider myself more of a mixed media artist than anything. So like literally, I mix all of my budget. I color. This is one bucket of coloring right here. So I have everything in here. I have Pablo's, and I have marker, and I have Holbein, and like literally everything that I used in this project is here. And I've got Color and Lyra. I literally am all about mixing. I can't possibly imagine limiting myself that way. Now, I get it. Some people are, nope, that doesn't work for you. And that is okay. It won't work for me to restrict my image because I don't have that color or that whatever. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with it. Do whatever you want, or be okay with only using one. Yeah, do what works for you, but it doesn't work for me. I've tried it. I've literally tried it. That's why working from pencil cases that doesn't work for me, because it's frustrating for me. I am going to have like 12 cases open. Like this is my this is my paint collection. of other brands besides. So I literally have everything in here. It's ridiculous. And I use them all at one time, and I don't, yeah, I'm just also aware of the properties. So for me, I know if I'm going to use that, I know, okay, I need to let it dry a little longer, or I need to yada yada, if that makes sense. Good. I like that for you. I like that for you. Good, good, good. And see, when I'm over here doing this, I'm testing how much water is in the tip of it. So it'll tell me how wet it's going to end up here on here and how much I can use it or not use it. See, I don't like it there, so I moved it. I don't want it up there, so I soften it out. And I might have to go back in with a little bit more color to fix it, but it's all fixable. That's why I don't understand why people don't like painting. It's because I don't have to like ruin my painting just because I didn't like it. Do you have any questions? Yellow is always a very strong color. The most little goes a very long way with yellow. I am happy with what I've done in the amount of time that I've done, and I think I like it. Yellow is like when you make paint, yellow is such an irritating color because it takes so much to break it down. I've tried so many different yellows and I can mull yellow forever. And the problem is that everything, unless you're using specific colors, like you're always using primary, so yellow is always in there. And it's just such a, yeah, it's a brat. I would definitely do it. I mean, shoot, if you're gonna already send me pigment that's been I just Janessa, I admire the fact that you do that. I cannot even wrap my brain. Maybe I could. I'm sure it's not that I can't. I just that makes my whole brain hurt thinking about the process. How long, all things. And you would think like it wouldn't bother me because of all the other things I do, like ceramics and stuff. It's a constant waiting game. You do this, do that, and I don't know. There's just something about it. And I think it's so. I love that you. It's not that I can't. Yeah, I get it. It's not that I can't do it. I guess I don't want to. I watch videos on people that do it and I'm just like, I'm in awe the whole time. Like, what in the heck? How are you able to just, I don't know. I guess I just don't want to deal with maybe the chemicals. It's not because of like any specific reason. I don't know. I just don't want to. Yes, exactly. I don't want to. And I would be happy to mull some of your pigments. I would love to do that. I mean, that would be thrilling because I really like my binder. I really, really like my binder. I'm very confident in my binder. And so for me, I'm like, that would be like bowing down to it. Okay. Because I don't have any experience at doing lake pigment at all. I purchased my pigments. Yeah. Right. So here we are so far. You can see what a process, right? What a process painting is. But look, if I was to doing this with just pencil, do you know how many hours I would have put into this already to get to this far, this level, like this much done? We all know we do it all the time. Just a reminder, Nessa, just make sure that you send us an address. Oh, perfect. Perfection. Remy and Aura literally are fighting for my attention all the time now. That's all they do is fight. Fight, fight, fight for me. Constantly. My kids, look, I don't ever leave you. This is your life. I'm not going anywhere. Y'all don't have to fight over me. So y'all think that you would do this in one of your books? For those of us that have gouache, would we like to do a buddy this month? Yeah, let's do it. You pick the page. Because I got to do this month. I got to do the Crayola challenge with Michelle. That's my focus. Getting that one done, and so I have plenty of. I don't have anything planned. I did not go into this month planning anything. I have a couple ongoing buddy colors that I do, but I don't really have much planned, so I would love it. What book do you want to do? What book? What book? What book? And all of you join in. Y'all have Erie? Do you do Erie? Or do you like Erie? Oh, yeah. Well, do you have calcium carbonate? But that's okay. Make it shiny. Make it shiny. Oh, but that's not going to make it actual gouache though. All that's going to do is make it opaque. Different consistencies. But yeah, if that's what if you want to do that, then yeah, by all means. Oh, it doesn't. You can control how much you're going to use in it. Maybe you could use both. Maybe you make it like a hybrid. What do you think about that, Nessa? Oh, do it. I don't know if I've ever even thought about doing that. I'm sure it would be a little bit creamier. I mean, because I've definitely used titanium, but I don't want to lighten my color per se. I guess that's probably why I wouldn't have done it that way because I wasn't. For me, I use titanium when I want to make pastels. I think it's so cool in the paint making world how one person will do something and the next person does it completely different, but somehow all very similar. I don't know if I know what logwood is. Oh. Is it a shimmer type stuff? Nessa, do you know who Ember Lily is? Okay. So I don't really do I'm more of like a I don't really do like any micas or shimmers or anything like that unless I'm just doing it for fun or if it's like requested or something. I don't or I've had people send me pigments and stuff like that to do stuff like that with, but I don't buy them. I do have some mic pigments that I use that I've purchased from. There's a rock factory here, a pigment factory in Oregon, and I've purchased stuff through them. But I'm not much of a shiny paint person, um, just because I don't typically use them, so I don't usually make them. My colors are going to be more like stuff that you can like paint with. um, Ember Lily is I know her from TikTok, and she makes some of the most incredible shifting. I'm probably gonna say it wrong. Sorry. Um, paint, and she works with a lot of small business or small, small channel, big channel. She's very talented at her paint. Her paint is like everywhere in the TikTok world. And she's an incredible human. I've had many, personal conversations with her. And she's now making also, what are they called? Alcohol inks. And so she's going to be releasing those soon. But anyway, if you have a chance to check her out, she has beautiful things. If you like shimmer paint, she's always been who I've referred my business to. Like anytime, because every once in a while I'll put a mic out with a set of something. I don't just make them. I don't want to buy the pigments. I don't want to deal with it. But every once in a while I'll put something out, like with a Christmas or that's been my MO. But I literally, if somebody asks me for something, I just refer my business to her every single time. Oh, okay. Then it's probably amazing. It's not that again, it's not that I don't like shimmers. I do. I love shiny spark. I don't paint with it. Every once in a while I'll put like a little shimmer on something, but it's not enough for me to go buy um, pigments for it. Because pigments are not cheap. They're really expensive. They can be. If you're uh you know getting quality things. That's why paint's so expensive. Pigment is expensive. Holy cow. Hold on. You guys are in trouble. What the heck? Oh my God. I swear I have toddlers. They were literally had a ball of yarn all twisted up in it, both of them, and were rolling around, making more tangled up in it. That was really funny. I'm gonna step into the little girl's room. I'll be right back. Wow, that's expensive. Yeah, it's not even not um it's not cheap. Remember that video we were watching, Nessa, the one where I think she's in Japan or China. I'm not sure which one she was in originally or whatever. I don't know where she originated from. But she went to that store and bought all the like that pigment store. Oh my God, can you imagine um how expensive that would be to go to one of those stores? Okay, so wow, look at that. So this is what she's talking about here. You can see the plan. So pigment and mold. Is that is this is this nothing added to it? Is this straight pigment to binder? I'm painting my phone right now. Yeah, I was so sad. How could you go all the way on the plane, the whole trip, and then literally just dive off the face of the earth with it, you know? I don't I was so sad. I was literally I bet you it is highly stained. You had to probably have to mold with gloves on. Um, but wow, I was never so sad or disappointed. I mean, disappointed because I'm like, you're gonna go and make a whole video about traveling to do this, and you didn't do your research enough. Like, wow, my brain just wasn't. Those of you that don't have any clue what we're talking about, Nessa and I obsess on certain types of videos, and she sent me a video of this gal that was in, what'd you say? I think Japan, and it went somewhere else, and it was like this high-end pigment store. I'm talking, I don't know, a 40-foot wall by like 10-foot tall, jam-packed with just little bottles of pigment at all different prices, all different places, whatever. And for me and for Nessa, that is like literally like a dream come true. And if we bought that much like she did, yeah, probably. I would assume a lot of money. I mean, enough to take a whole plane over there. You know, we're not talking about she went online and shopped online. She took a whole plane over there. And granted, I know that traveling on the other side of the world is not the same as it is traveling from the States. But um I'm sorry. I with the plane ticket, the food, the trip, she went to two different pigment stores. One that was more like mom and pop's kind of local pigment store, and the other one was like real high end, like super aesthetic, beautiful store. And she shopped from both stores. I don't even know what she didn't tell us, I don't think. But boy, oh boy, just based off of what I know about pigment prices, she dropped a lot of money and went home and destroyed it. That's the best way I can. I don't know what happened, but she did not do what she sought out to do. And she was like, not enough binder to go around. Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't understand why there were so many wrongs about that thing. I literally I literally was so overwhelmed by that video not because of any other reason except for, did you make paint before you took that whole trip before? Or did you just bank on the fact that it was gonna just, I don't know. I just can't wrap my head around that one, Nessa. I'm not understanding that one. Poor gal, I would be devastated. Yeah. Man, all I know is that was like, my heart was broken. And then she was just kind of like, oh well. It kind of cracked me up. It's like, dang, you can just go spend. I mean, what would that cost me? Maybe $1,000. Get on a plane, go somewhere, have a hotel, have food, buy my product, do whatever. More than $1,000 here to go do that trip. To come back home, she bought one little Winsor Newton or whatever, Winsor Newton or whoever, whatever brand, I don't remember. But these little, I mean, maybe you can get 2 or 3 half-ins out of it. You really need quite a bit more than that. I mean, wow. Yep. Yeah, it's an interesting watch for me. I'm really thankful that you sent that to me. Because it just had, I don't know, it just had so many like wows to me that I don't know how you go spend that much money to do something like that and then not know how to do it at all. My pre-made binder, I don't know because I've actually I don't even think I've ever molded any paint with anybody's binder but my own. The binder was important for me to understand right away because I didn't understand what made watercolor. And what makes watercolor paint or any paint is a binder. So I cracked my own code for my binder early on. Long before it's everywhere now. Before there was no such thing as a recipe to get a recipe online or asking somebody. You were literally offending people if you thought you were going to ask somebody what their binder is when I first started. And I understand it now, why people are so secretive about it, because people assume that we're making it just like the recipes you find online. Well, I might have started there. But it's definitely not where I'm at now with mine. Oh, the cost in itself is astronomical to do it that way. If you're going to be selling paint, that's crazy talk. That's crazy pants. That's lunatic life. I would never think about doing it that way. The moment I touched watercolor paint, I knew I was going to make it and buy it and sell it. Knew it. Yeah, you can. They still work. They still work. Again, the difference between for me was how quickly they emulsify. That was important to me. People think, I mean, you don't go buy Daniel Smith and wait 3 minutes for it to break down to use. You don't do that. So why can't mine? Yeah, there's that. I love using handmade paint. I love it. Absolutely, positively. That is so true, Nessa. That's so true. You can mull it and think, okay, that's good. Let it settle for a bit. And it's so not enough. There's so much to understand about it. To make good paint doesn't mean you just mull it. You have to know what you're doing. Nice. Oh, make paint? I can. I will. I'll definitely make paint. What I also found is a lot of people that are making paint aren't painters. And that's not a judgment in me. It's a lot of understanding why we don't understand when we're making paint, why just that basic recipe that's out there, why it's not enough, why it's not good enough, why all the things. It's because if you're not painting, then you're not understanding what's needed. And you could make it for your own liking. I don't care about that. But like if you're, it's like I'm gonna make a Coca-Cola, but I've never tasted Coke in my life. Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, I would do that. I would do that for sure. Yeah. Do you know what you did to change your recipe to make it not do that? But see, like for me, I didn't want to be your traditional person that has a half pan, a plastic half pan that everybody else in the world has. I imagined having these ceramic half pans. This is a round one. We have the rectangles also, but like I envisioned an actual artist little palette. I just wanted to sell packaged palettes together. I didn't want to just sell paint. That's boring to me. That's factory work. I can't think like that. I have to think like this, like a complete thing. I love ceramics. I love paint. They got to go together. I make palettes. I want to create little cute things for stuff like that, not just this. So you put ox gall in all of yours? Totally, totally. And you know what? I also see if I can find them. Don't know if I know where. Second. What are you doing? What are you doing, Miss Hora? Did mommy get up? She says hi. She thinks when I stand up, that means she can play with me. I wish Sarah was here. She would know exactly what I'm looking for. Oh, back. I should stand up anyway. So what I was looking for is I'm just gonna try and show you the different types of half pans that I have. There's one here. It's not, it doesn't have any paint in it, but this is one style, and then these brown ones are another style. Thank you. Yeah, reds are really good at spreading. So I envisioned, having different palettes, a flat palette of mine just for me. I have 3 colors right there. It's not taking up a bunch of space. I wanted stuff that did this. Lip gloss style pots. Oh yeah. And then I have these for mixing more color. Like if you have one big color or something, I have these little hearts, ceramic hearts that I use to put my paints in sometimes. Out of here. But yeah, and they have our maker's mark here. Simple white paint. These are this is actually used from what we call reclaim. Those of you that don't know a lot about ceramics, when you like all those scraps that you cut off or you don't use or whatever, they have to go into a bucket and you have to break it back down and then you can reuse it, but it never reacts the same way again. And all of our reclaim ended up in one bucket, which is like a catastrophe in the ceramic world, potentially, depending on all the different factors and science of the life of all the life. But with this being said, this is all reclaimed. So it's funky colors throughout the whole thing. And you'll even see these little specks in it because some of this clay has speckled clay in it. Just so interesting. Everything's so interesting to me. So art, let's talk about it. Every aspect of it. The only thing I've never done, well, I can't say the only thing, that would be crazy talk. Well, like the majors, I've never done stained glass. I want to do it, but I'm using acorn tops for paint. Yeah, I mean, I think if you want to cover up your paint, that's fine. I don't have a problem with mine exposed. Oh yeah, that'd be cute though. Be really cute. But these half pans have the same amount of paint as this one does. Like the inside is made from one of these. It's very like like with the plastic and stuff, it's the same. I could take this out and put it in there. I think that's cool. I don't think that's something I would want in my paint thing because I don't know. Like some people will use bottle caps and some people use shells, and I've seen people use acorns. I've seen the tops of acorns. I've seen people do lots of cute stuff. Lots and lots of cute stuff. I'm so very simple when it comes to the aesthetic of it. So that for me, if I was to like pick something like this over something like that, it would be this. I was looking to see if I could find my others because I used to make resin half pans with like glitter and cutesy things like that, and I can't find them. And I did a couple other different style. I made one with those hearts and the inside's a heart. It's cute. Yeah, you will. You absolutely will. And you know what? Exactly what we're talking about. Like you don't have the means to do it right now. I didn't always have the means to do this. And so it took me a long time to get where I'm at with it today. And that's why I'm not in any rush when people are like, but your website's not up yet, because my health is more important right now. And I'm not in any rush. I'm so ready to get into it, but I'm also not willing to rush myself um, to do it. I already know that, what we make, we know that. We're not worried about that. If it sold last year, it's going to sell in 3 years from now. So, we're in a different mind place, I guess, right now because of health. I wish it wasn't like that right now, but it is, right? I have faith though, because what I do know is that everything I make, I can make from the road, meaning in our bus. The only thing I can't do is I can't fire it in a kiln. So that has to be figured out. But my entire business can be run from the road in the middle of the desert if I want to. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm over here drinking as we're chatting. Thank you though, Ness. I appreciate that. I mean, just find, something that speaks to your character, I think. Because, when it comes to it, like, I love ceramics and I wanted to have this as part of my business. And it was my introduction to ceramics to the business, because we were paint before we were ceramics. And it's a relatively new introduction to our business. And we also sell just half pans. I mean, we have, you can buy, I think it's like 5 or 6 or something in a set. And I don't, I don't know. You got to find what speaks to Nessa's heart. But I ask about Emberly because Emberly is she lives in the States right now, but her and her husband are trying to do an early retirement, and she's building this entire paint business and supplies, so that her and her husband can literally sell their house, sell everything that they have, and they're going to build and buy a house or whatever they're doing in Mexico for retirement. This is their plan to be able to do that, is this paint. And she does pretty well. She's gotten to the point where she can almost quit, or has by this point. I don't know, because I don't keep up in her business, but she has literally quit. She's a nurse. She quit her job almost. She's part-time now doing this. And it's incredible that we can actually live a life creating. And I don't know, I guess that's why I view things a little bit different. I've been working on my niche. However, my this is Jess in a I don't know how to explain that. Um, for a long time now. This isn't, it's not something for me that happened overnight. It's something I've dreamt about since I was a kid. I do have a very short video of my on my YouTube about why I'm so passionate about paint and supplies, and why I have everything I have. Um, it's a quick watch if you want to learn a little bit more about why I'm crazy passionate about paint and art supplies, like in general. Just yeah, 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 yeah. Yes. It's okay, Michelle. It's late for you. If you're too tired, you can just go to sleep, though. I'm staying here until I decide I don't want to anymore. Right, you're right. They do say it like that, and that's the thing is that everything has an aesthetic. And yeah, the way aesthetic is looked at today is like it's like bougie or something, you know. It's whatever word you want to use. It's something else, and everything is an aesthetic. The way something appears, the way it presents, is the aesthetic. And when you are creating a business, you have to decide what kind of aesthetic you want to have, because that's the type of customer you're going to be acquiring. And if you can't relate to the customer that's buying your product, maybe it's because you've created something that doesn't speak to your actual heart. Does that make sense? Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I think aesthetics are important. Do I think that they are all that matters in this world and that people get too hung up on it? Heck yeah. I'm the first to. I'm a minimalist at best. Like, I don't have a ton of clothes. I don't have a ton of things. I have a ton of art supplies. You can see where my passions and everything are in life. There's like, if you're in my intimate life, you know that art is like, I'm surrounded by it. But yeah, I mean, I can go on for years about this stuff. There's a reason why I have a art channel. I'm very passionate about it. Our son has a blacksmithing channel. Why? Because he's extremely passionate about it. I don't care how good we are at it. I cultivate language in our life that says if you're passionate about it, that's what you should be doing. It doesn't have to be your job, but you have to be able to do it. Yes, it is. It is very much. It does. And when you find it and it's yours, like, it's crazy what you'll give up. It's crazy what you think. It'll change your softness even about you as an individual, because you're actually yearning for something. You're yearning for it. It's not just cool. There's not just a cool factor to it. Yes, Nessa, that is all true. I remember one time talking with Sarah, and this was way, 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 way when we first met. And she said, like, if you could do anything, what would you do? I said, I'd go back to living mobile life, and I would create paint from the road. It would be my business. And honestly, it's so feasible to happen. And all I'm waiting on is my health. And I sometimes have to pinch myself and can't believe that, like, it's possible. It's insane. It's insane to think about. Will it be easy? No. Would we have to give up a lot to do it? Yes. Um, would we gain anything by doing it? I think so. I think so. I think there's lots of reasons to do the things that myself and Sarah yearn to do. Thank you. I really know how much Sarah needs it as well. Um, maybe even more than I do. And I look forward to that for Sarah. Good. Shiny paint's fun. I just don't want to make it. I'll use anybody's shiny paint. I just don't want to use my own. I don't. It just doesn't do it for me. I think it's fun and it has its place. You can go back and look at like almost any of my stuff, and you'll see that I just hardly ever use any shiny. And it's crazy because I love shiny, glittery, glitzy, glammy. Oh my gosh. I don't understand myself. I don't understand myself. I don't. It's just I'm gonna turn my heater on. Amy, were you able to get your paint to work earlier? If you're still here. Um, I don't like the fact that um cheating on, I don't know. What I do feel is that the connection you make with mulling paint in your paint, like there's a process that's happening. And when you try to do that same process with mica, you're ruining your mica. You really don't have any business mulling it. Um, and so when you're mulling mica, you're flattening it. It makes a flat because it's metal and you're smashing it against another hard surface and it dulls it down. And I like the mulling process because other than that, you really should just be mixing your mica in with your binder. You should be actually mulling it. Uh-huh. Do you use color with your mica or do you just use mica? Do you use pigment with it or just mica? Mm-hmm. If I do use mica, I use pigment with mine as well. I don't just use mica. So like I do have paint. Like this is this right here is gold. It's like a champagne gold, but it has pigment in it also. Sorry, I keep showing you like I'm showing my phone. I don't sorry. This this is like a gold, like a cross between champagne and rose gold. And it has pigment and mica in it. Good night, Michelle. You have a good night. Sleep good. Yeah, because there's some it like shows up behind it. It gives it like almost like a texture kind of, I guess. No, I don't know if you see it the same way. Sorry, we're over here geeking out about watercolor. And not just that, but making it. Sorry, y'all. It is on our channel. So maybe somebody will learn something, huh? Vanessa? Thank you. I think so. We've Amy's like, I know exactly what you're talking about. I'm actually using her paint. That's funny. I love it. I love it. I will say that whole mine is my favorite gouache. Gouache. For white, this. This is my favorite. For adding any highlights. Yep, the big old fatty thing. I'm sure you are. I remember that feeling. I felt sick. I felt so sick until I got my first review. And I was like literally sick. Couldn't even see straight. Because I don't have friends that paint. I don't have people in my life to look at it and go, yeah, that's what you should do. I had a boss and her husband was a professional painter and he was a watercolorist. And I specifically asked if he would review it just to tell me what. And she was such a snot about it. She's like, oh, he only uses expensive stuff. I'm like, well, my paint's not cheap. Like, what are you saying to me? Just because it doesn't say Daniel Smith on it? Or whatever, Shmika or whoever. I have Shmika, so I like my Shmika. I like Shmika better than I like Daniel Smith most days. Yeah, for sure. Wow. I would just, yeah, Nessa, that would be so cool. That's so cute. I love that idea. Yeah, I agree. That's great. That's great, great. Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, 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 yeah. Mine and Sarah's flowers are made out of silk flowers or silk um handmade roses, and they're made out of silk and like has rhinestones all over it. It's super fan. It's super like I'm telling you, like we love shiny things. I was in the bus and I was sitting there, daydreaming about it all being done and the aesthetic is going to look like, and like final colors and dreaming. And Sarah, for our wedding, made this most awesome display for our cake, and our cake was like literally an 8-inch round, okay. And the display for our cake was probably 12 foot tall by probably at least 6 foot wide for this little cake. Of course, there were other things on it, but um, so here's our cake, and on top of it was a chandelier, right? And it was built into this like wooden display type thing. I can't really explain it to you other than that. It's what I had in my head, and she built the thing, and it was great. And with that being said, um, we still have the chandelier part of it. And I was thinking that right when you walk in the bus, walk up the stairs, there's like you stand right normally, like get on the bus and go sit in your seats. Well, right there, the ceiling is pretty tall. And I was thinking that would be a great place for us to put in our chandelier. That'd be just so cute. Oh, cute. Oh, lidded container for shipping. For shipping your paint? Because I wrap mine in like a candy wrapper kind of, and then I have another strip that goes on them. So, I mean, if you're using a lot of honey, then you should be concerned. If you're not using a ton of honey, then you'll be okay. I've never had a problem with my shipping. I mean, and it's gone all over. I've shipped to all over the country and out of the country. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it takes a while. It takes about 3 weeks for my stuff to dry out completely before I'll ship. I could probably push it sooner, but I won't because I've shipped stuff to myself sooner to see what will happen, and it's a catastrophe. So I'm not doing it. I don't want to learn the lesson because taught myself, right? Yeah, that's crazy talk. I feel bad for you guys up there and all that stuff. This whole world's crazy, right? Oh man, how inconvenient. I mean, I get what's happening. It's just crazy, you know? Hmm. That's nuts. Oh, that's true. That is true. They cannot go on forever. Things sure can feel like they go on forever, though. All right. Whew. This is the part that can become very exhausting for me because I'll start getting into like the nitty gritty detail of things and I start obsessing. It's not a good quality of mine. I know. I know. 4 hours and 17 minutes. That's nuts, right? I told Sarah, I was like, I am gonna go live today and I'm gonna do it. Right? It is a long time. I know we're over here just yakking away, huh? If Sarah doesn't have overtime tonight, then she'll be home soon. Well, it's taking me 4 hours and something, 4 hours to get this far in this thing. I know. It is fun. I enjoy it too. I mean it when I tell you, you guys are literally my only social stuff. I have no friends anymore outside of you guys. That's okay though. I'd rather have online friends and have something in common than just hanging out with people because I'm not saying like I can't have friends I don't have things in common with, but like life is so much like I don't know. I want to spend time doing what I like. Is that bad? It might be bad. Aura is knocked out and Remy is too. Understand that. I do. Oh yeah, there. It's probably like night time. They're like, bye. You guys are up too late. Well, and today, um, Aura's with me in here, right? And we've been out in the bus for days, and she's been learning how to sit and stay and not get up. She's learning how to be obedient while we're in there. And today she spent the whole day playing with Remy. And so she's probably conked out like hard about now. She's doing really good though. Like she's such a good dog. I cannot believe what a good dog she is. I've never met a puppy that comes so smart. I've never seen that. Like ever. She makes like if all dogs were like Aura, we would have like 20. I'm not kidding you. But we have dogs that aren't like Aura, so we know it's not true. Not all dogs. Oh man. I just don't understand how come she's so easy. What's gonna happen? Like, is she gonna turn into an alien? What's happening to us? She's good at traveling too. Like she gets in the truck and she just sits there like a good girl and just observes, and she's not like loud or barking at people, or it just doesn't. It's very weird. I mean, maybe I just haven't had enough good dogs in life, but I'm telling you, I'm spooked by her. She's so good. She potties in the right place. She knows she'll wait. She doesn't like have accidents. Like, I mean, sure there could be, but you know what I mean? Like, she's not. She is very, 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 very aggressive with Remy though. She can hold her own. She's a boss for sure. Yeah, that's true, Nessa. I appreciate that, Nessa, because I'm telling you right now, like I was telling Sarah, like having Aura is like having Lucas, the youngest son. Lucas was literally the same thing. Easy peasy, so easy. Put himself to sleep, didn't fuss, didn't cry, didn't give me a hard time ever in his life. Ever. Potty training, walking, teething. Everything with that child was easy. Everything with his brother was the hardest thing in the world. But Lucas was definitely easy. But then again, after Mason, anything is easy. Anything. Life is easy after that. Yeah, I definitely it's so weird. It's like Remy is like Mason and Aura is like Lucas's spirit. It's very interesting. But Remy is very dedicated to me. Like he's so dedicated to me that it's scary. I've never seen that. I mean, I've seen dogs be like about their owners, but I've never seen him be literally check my every move. And it's in a way that just it's kind of freaking me out. Yeah. Maybe they don't ever change, huh? Maybe we are who we are. Yeah, Lucas made it really easy to like love life. He really did. He made me like he renewed my spirit of life. Taught me that life is good. And I mean, I'm so thankful to have had that child in my life. Ugh. No, that's hard. My dog is like that. He saved my baby's life when I was pregnant. Oh my gosh, really? Oh my goodness. Can't even imagine. Wow. That seems intense. I believe you. I believe you. I mean, please share if you want to share. But obviously, if you don't want to, that's okay. No, I believe you. Yeah, take your time. Take your time. Like when you're ready. Y'all are looking for a great gold pen. Pentel Sunburst Metallic Medium Gel. That number, this thing is fantastic. I love them. I do recommend this one. And it's nice because it's a pen, and it's easy to control. You can move fast with it. You don't have to be so precious. Yeah, I like them. You use them too, Lori? Yeah, of course I will. They used to sell these like in the store, like at Rite Aid or Walmart or whatever. But I don't see them anymore. I try to like go down the pen sections when I go to places like that just to see what I can see. Wow. Right, right. Keep putting this. Mm. Yeah, absolutely. So when my heart rate goes really high, that's what Remy does. He'll come shove his whole body in my face, like almost like he's trying to tell me like you're not breathing right. What he doesn't understand is it makes it harder for me to breathe when he's like that. 'Cause it's not my breathing that's the problem. They absolutely do. I have a very, very, very close relationship with Remy, and he is afraid to leave me alone because I know he knows what's wrong with me. Ruger, our Great Dane, it, when my heart rate goes up, like if I'm in the kitchen and my heart rate goes up, he comes and stands behind me like he thinks he's going to catch me. Like if I'm going to fall or pass out or something. No, I'm talking about him and he's barking. Huh, that's interesting. Wow. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he'll come sit on my chest and he puts his whole back on my face. Like he's trying to tell me I gotta breathe or something. And like, if I have to be away from him, he is petrified something's happening to me. It's not like he's afraid to go do something or whatever. He's like literally like afraid of what's going to happen to me. He acts so petrified. Wow, I just can't believe that. That is insane. Wow. That's crazy. Animals are so good. Yeah, he is. I believe it. He is all about me. He sits he's so afraid, even like he doesn't want anything to bother me either. He like if he thinks that Ruger is going to come bother me, he'll try to protect me and like make Ruger get away from me. Um, he definitely knows when I'm like not dealing with life, period. He senses my anxiety too. Yeah. Yeah, literally. Like without even asking him to be, or anything like that. He takes his job with me so seriously. Like he is on the clock all the time with me. It's kind of intense. I mean, at the same time, it's like, okay, thanks, kid. But it's also intense. Yeah, yeah, he's a great dog. I can't believe like sometimes I can't believe like Aura's a good girl too, and she doesn't have that same instinct with me, but she definitely is attached to me already. But Rem, on the other hand, oh yeah, he's got a full-time job with me. So I don't know if you can see what I'm doing here, but I'm putting the gold on all of this kind of bring it in a little bit more. Maybe I think about that too. She was naturally attached to Sarah right away. But when Sarah had to go to work, and of course I become caregiver, she's now very attached to me. But I don't think that's because of a connection per se. I think it's just she realizes I'm her caregiver. But she's very, very responsive to me as well. Also, Remy's been around longer and was around when I like discovered what was like wrong with me. Like he was in our life already before things got like pretty bad. So maybe he also knows like the difference between it. So that's crazy that it's real. Like that's the thing I keep tripping on. It's like I'm not just talking about this. This is happening. Wow. I believe it. I believe that that dog saved your baby's life and possibly yours too. I do think I'm going to head off of here though, because I am getting a bit of a headache and I'm going to cut to the chase on that one. I don't want to end up with a migraine. I have had an incredible evening. I appreciate you all. Thank you for staying up late with me tonight, keeping me company literally all day for me. uh, Helping me get done one last mermaid picture before the end of Mermay, which ends very soon for me. And I'm sad because I'm a mermaid in my heart. Um, oh, absolutely. You guys are nothing but pleasure for me. I really appreciate your company and all the things we could just talk about and relate to and just listen to and learn from. And yeah, it's been fantastic. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much for all your grace. I continue to ask. Congratulations, Nessa, for being a winner tonight. We're getting closer and closer all the time. I guess I'll just save. Maybe Sarah will be uh, gracious and say, okay, let's do more. I don't know. But anyway, I definitely appreciate you all. Thank you. Good night. And we will see you again soon. Noodles, my noodles.